The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome everyone to Day 2 Duplex Demonstrations. We will be picking back up with our The Double live audiobook recording, recaps and replies, and in addition to that, starting back with an old tradition of the channel that has not been revisited in quite some time. That is to say, reviewing the game documents that will be core, central, vital to the TTRPG, which I have been endeavoring to work on for the past few years, and I have made some good progress on, sufficient enough to warrant showing you all, getting you involved, getting your feedback, seeing what you all think about it, or at least perhaps inspiring you or giving you some insight into what I do when I'm not here. And a dip into those. The double, if you are unfamiliar, if you are just joining us for the first time on this one of 3 legs of the streaming schedule that we have been on for the last several weeks, it is a very, very, very deep cut into Fyodor Dostoyevsky's entries, his sort of perspective, philosophic, and social critique of the state of Russia back, if I recall rightly, in the 1800s, and plays very heavily in the realm of Russian Romanticism, where perspectivism, the way that every single bit of perception, experience, sensation, both shapes and plays on exactly what everyone thinks, does, says, as well as, of course, not just the individual, but stretching that across the entire civilization. And on the other side of what we'll be covering tonight, that will be Protontology. If you have ever heard of the phrase, or term, I should say, ontology, that is the study of being, the study of existence, you might say, a sort of means or methodology, a science, if you will, of organizing claims about the nature of what is, or in some extensions, what ought be. To put it very simply, it is the account about something, the organization, structure, array, or otherwise placement of things in an organization insofar as they exist. In that, you might ascribe various characteristics, properties, details, things in that way about what you're categorizing, arranging, typing, networking. There are many different schemas, many different structures which you might involve, but this is the general premise. And in particular, protontology is that study of what enables, underlies, underpins, understands ontology itself as a discipline, phenomenon, thing that creatures do, in the same way as if we look towards psychology, some, especially experts in the field, might say that what underlies that is neurology, and what underlies neurology is biochemistry, and what underlies biochemistry is physics, or more broadly, chemistry in general, and all of these different disciplines that ascend towards a thing. So here we have then the thing protontology that reviews, regards, and tries to make some claims, organizes some statements, some postulates, some premises about the higher level thing, the higher order thing, you might say, of Ontology. So that is the accounts about things under here, what allows accounts about things to exist. And this, as the TTRPG, which, as I've mentioned here and there throughout the last several streams, but particularly there was a point in the lastmost one, as the hesitantly named All Signing as the title of the series, or I should say the IP, the thing that I hope to extend into quite a sprawling universe of not just a tabletop role-playing game, but also a series of books, a series of general fiction pieces, you know, everything from micro works, like ultra short novels or stories, all the way up to great and spanning odysseys and epics, things that people can engage with, be it on their own or with others, and get genuinely immersed in this setting, in this world. Of course, who else but I would say such a thing? Requires an adequate philosophy, and outside of just the utility of being a piece of fiction, it also details my genuine personal beliefs, where, of course, we have that necessary footing in order to get the hardest possible, that is to say, most secure foundation for a setting if we're going to build out an entirely new cosmology, an entirely different way of doing things from every other system that I personally know of, that only really has parity in, so far as I know, in the fiction realm, perhaps, although I'm certainly not an expert in it, in Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere. That's the guy who wrote the books of the sort of like alchemy-oriented fiction, Stormlight Archives, and plenty of others that, as I say, I'm not an expert in, but he is certainly well renowned for, and something like the Silmarillion of Tolkien, which, unless you are someone who's quite interested, involved, and intrigued by the Lord of the Rings, or even Middle-earth, wide kind of lore, you probably don't know about. But these are the mythopoeic, which is a fancy way of saying big narratives that act like mythologies to explain the backdrop of it, of everything that follows, of the world building, the world smithing, the world making, as it is expounded, explicated, and otherwise made known in the more commonly familiar pieces like The Hobbit, or of course the Stormlight Archives, and what have you. But, without further ado, I think it is time to pull our screen over and get started with the first half of it, since I have spent a great deal of time meandering around on my own explanations. So, before we move forward, there is not much of any housekeeping that we need to tend to. I may have to skip another week sometime in the near future for a family trip, but otherwise, everything is status quo. I suppose I should add, I'll probably be adding a fourth leg to the journey, as the section beyond Protontology in the All Signings core documents, it's kind of like meta-narrative that we need to attend to cement things properly so we don't have contradictions going forward, unless intentional, is, of course, a slot that we don't have carved out right now. And presenting both the book, whatever I'm doing, of course in this case the double, but whatever comes after it, as well as the text documents of the games, or even if I'm here doing something like drawing, which of course I'll need to self-illustrate since I have, at least I'd like to think, some artistic skills in the realm. It does make it, a little bit dry for people who enjoy that gaming aspect, and I definitely enjoy gaming with and for you guys. So I think it's worthwhile to maybe extend that out, but if you all have any particular feedback one way or the other, please do let me know. It is invaluable in letting me know what you all think, what I should do in the future. But for now, as it stands, there will be a fourth leg that will add on past this stream. It just so happens that we finished Jazz Punk, and I wanted to get this out to you guys. I'm a little bit proud of it, if I can be completely honest. And it has been, as I had said, quite some months since our last additions to the development playlist, which is where we do all of our things for this channel or any other of my major projects that I've introduced to it, like the All Signing. And now, on to the book. Which, as aforesaid, we do have the matter, and a misclick. We do have the matter of getting all of our details lined out. I should probably adjust that crop a little bit. Getting all of our details lined out so that we can finish with this book, as well as present some additions, which happen to be on the regular, getting our recaps of everything that we've just read in a chapter or a section, if it should be something that's a little bit longer. And besides that, doing a reply if there's anything that we haven't touched on before in our previous streams, or there's something that's new, but whether it be literary, philosophic, maybe even just more broadly intellectual, or something a little bit more grounded, something like talking about the history of the time if I happen to have any specialized knowledge about it, I mean to say, or any other such worthwhile notes. But to begin, I believe this would be our fourth part. Let me do a quick check on that. Yes, that is correct. And The Double, read by Kairos of the Threefold Manifold, August 27th, 2025. 2025. Part 4. Chapter 7. He recovered himself a little on the... And if you haven't heard them, or haven't had your attention drawn to them, I'll do it for you now. There are plenty of mouth noises, stutters, stammers, and other aberrations, which I seek to minimize for the final recording and editing as we go along, because I want to bring you all a finely handcrafted audiobook experience. So that entails doing multiple takes of various portions, and it usually smooths out by the end of the stream. With any luck. He recovered himself a little on the staircase as he went up to his flat. He recovered himself a little He recovered himself a little on the staircase as he recovered himself a little on the staircase as he went up to his flat. "Oh, I'm a sheep's head," he railed at himself inwardly. 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 Where am I taking him? I am thrusting my head. I am thrusting my head into his. I am thrusting my head into the noose. I am thrusting my head into the noose. What will Petrushka think seeing us together? What will Petrushka think seeing us together? What will the scoundrel dare to imagine now? He's suspicious. But it was too late to regret it. But it was too late to regret it. But it was too late to regret it. Mr. Golyadkin knocked at the door. It was open. It was opened, and Petrushka began taking off. But it was too late to regret it. But it was too late to regret it. Mr. Golyadkin knocked at the door. It was opened, and Petrushka began taking off his. And Petrushka began taking off the visitor's coat. And Petrushka began taking off the visitor's coat as well as his master's. Mr. Golyadkin looked askance, just stealing a glance at Petrushka, trying to read his countenance and divine what he was thinking. But to his intense astonishment, he saw that his servant showed no trace of surprise, but seemed, on the contrary, to be expecting something of the sort. Of course, he did look morose, as it was. Of course, he did look morose, as it was. He kept his eyes turned away. He kept his eyes turned away and looked as though he would like to fall upon somebody. He kept his eyes turned away and looked as though he would like to fall upon somebody. As though he would like to fall upon somebody. Hasn't somebody bewitched them all today? Hasn't somebody bewitched them all today? Thought our hero. Some devil must have got round them. There certainly must be something peculiar in the whole lot of them today. Damn it all, what a worry it is! Such were Golyadkin's thoughts. Some devil must have got round them. There certainly must be a peculiar in the whole. There certainly must be some. Let's try and refine that voice. There certainly must be something peculiar in the whole lot of them today. Damn it all, what a worry it is. Such were Mr. Golyadkin's thoughts and reflections as he led his visitor into his room and politely asked him to sit down. The visitor appeared to be greatly embarrassed. He was shy. The visitor appeared to be greatly embarrassed. He was shy, and humbly watched every movement his host. He was shy, and humbly watched every movement. He was shy, and humbly watched every movement his host made, caught his glance, and seemed trying to divine his thoughts from them. There was a downtrodden, crushed, scared look. There was a downtrodden, crushed, scared look about all his gestures, so that if the comparison there was a downtrodden, crushed, and scared look about all his gestures, so that, if a comparison may be allowed, he was at that moment rather like the man who, having lost his clothes, is dressed up in somebody else's. The sleeves work up to the elbows, the waist is almost up to his neck, and he keeps every minute pulling down the short waistcoat. He wriggles sideways and turns away, tries to hide himself, or peeps into every phrase. He wriggles sideways and turns away, tries to hide himself, or peeps into every face, and listens whether people are talking of his position, laughing at him, or putting him into shame. And he is crimson with shame, and overwhelmed with confusion, and wound. And he is crimson with shame, and overwhelmed with confusion, and wounded vanity. Mr. Golyadkin put down his hat in the window, and carelessly sent it flying to the floor. Mr. Golyadkin put down his hat in the window, and carelessly sent it flying to the floor. The visitor darted at once to pick it up, brushed off the dust, and carefully put it back, while he laid his own on the floor near a chair. While he laid his own on the floor near a chair, on the edge of which he meekly seated himself. This little circumstance did something to open Mr. Golyadkin's eyes. He realized that the man was in great straits, and so did not put himself out for his victor. Let's get that recentered. That ought to do it. He realized that the man was in great straits, and so did not put himself out for his victor as he had done at first, very properly leaving all that to the man himself. The visitor, for his part, did nothing either, whether he was shy, a little ashamed, or from politeness was waiting for his host to begin, is not certain, and would be difficult to determine. At that moment, Petrushka came in. He stood still in the doorway, and fixed his eyes in the direction furthest from where the visitor and his master were seated. Shall I bring in dinner for two? He said careless. Shall I bring in dinner for two? He said carelessly in a husky voice. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, bring dinner for two, my boy. Petrushka went out. Mr. Golyadkin glanced at his visitor. The latter crimsoned to his ears. Mr. Golyadkin was a kind-hearted man, and so in the kindness of his heart, he went at once elaborate. he had once elaborated a theory. And so in the kindness of his heart, he had once elaborated a theory. This fellow's hard up, he thought. Yes, and in his situation only one day. Most like, yes, and in his situation only one day. Yes, and in his situation only one day. Yes, and in his situation only one day. Most likely he's suffered in his time. Maybe his good clothes are all that he has. Maybe his good clothes. Maybe his good clothes. Maybe his good clothes are all that he. Maybe. Oh man, that word's really getting me this day. Maybe his good clothes are all that he has. His good clothes are all that he. His good clothes are all that he has, and nothing to get him a dinner. Ah, poor fellow, how crushed he seems. But no matter, in a way, it's better so. Excuse me, began Mr. Gulyankin. Allow me to ask what I may call you. I'm Yakov Petrovich. I'm Yakov Petrovich, his visitor almost whispered, as though conscience stricken and ashamed, as though apologizing for being called Yakov Petrovich too. Yakov Petrovich, repeated our hero. Yakov Petrovich? Repeated our hero, unable to conceal his own confusion. Repeated our hero, unable to conceal his own confusion. Repeated our hero, unable to conceal his confusion. Yes, just so. The same name as yours. Yes, just so. The same name as yours, responded the meek visitor, venturing to smile and speak a little jocosely. New term for me. Let me take a quick pronunciation of that. And I was quite on the money. Yes, just so. The same name as yours, responded the meek visitor, venturing to smile and speak a little jocosely. But at once he drew back, assuming a very serious air, assuming a very serious air, though a little disconcerted, noticing that his host was in no joking mood. You allowed me to ask you, to what am I indebted for the honor? You allow me to ask you, to what am I indebted for the honor? Knowing your generosity and your benevolence, interposed the visitor. Knowing your generosity and your benevolence. Knowing your generosity and your benevolence, interposed the visitor. Knowing your generosity and your benevolence, knowing your generosity and your benevolence, knowing your generosity and your benevolence, interposed the visitor in a rapid but timid voice, interposed the visitor in a rapid but timid voice, half rising. Interposed the visitor in a rapid but timid voice, half rising from his seat. I have ventured to appeal to you. I have ventured to appeal to you and to beg for your acquaintance and protection. Acquaintance and protection, he concluded, choosing his phrases with difficulty and trying to select words not too flattering or servile, that he might not compromise his dignity, and not so bold as to suggest an unseemly equality. In fact, one may say that what is that? Apparently, it's just a male given name in Turkish. I'm gonna have to assume that's a misprint. And we'll read that as like. In fact, one may say that the visitor behaved like a in fact one may say that the visitor behaved like a gentlemanly beggar with a darned waistcoat. In fact, one may say the visitor behaved like a gentlemanly beggar with a darned waistcoat, with an honorable passport in his pocket, who had not yet learnt who had not yet learnt by practice to hold out his hand properly for alms. You perplex me, answered Golyantkin, gazing round at himself, his walls, and his visitor. In what could in what way could I be of service? In what way could I be of service? In what way could I be of service to you? I felt drawn to you, Yakov Petrovitch. I felt drawn to you, Yakov Petrovitch, at first sight, and graciously forgive. I felt drawn to you, Yakov Petrovitch, at first sight. I felt drawn to you, Yakov. I felt it. And a car pass. I guess no laws. I felt drawn to you, Yakov Petrovitch, at first sight, and graciously forgive me. I built my hopes on you. I made bold to build my hopes on you, Yakov Petrovitch. I am in a desperate plight here, Yakov Petrovitch. I'm poor. I've had a great deal of trouble, Yakov Petrovitch, and have only recently come here. Learning that you, with your innate goodness and excellence of heart, are of the same name. Mr. Golyantkin frowned. Of the same name as myself, and a native of the same district, I made up my mind to appeal to you, and to make known to you my difficult position. Very good. Very good. I really don't know what to say. Very good. Very good. I really don't know what to say. Mr. Golyadkin Very good, very good. I really don't know what to say. Mr. Golyadkin responded in an event. Mr. Golyadkin responded in it. Mr. Golyadkin responded in. Mr. Golyadkin responded in an embarrassed voice. We'll have to talk after dinner. The visitor bowed. Dinner was brought in. Petrushka laid the table, and Mr. Golyadkin and his visitor proceeded to partake of it. And Mr. Golyadkin and his visitor proceeded to take part of it. The dinner did not last long, for they were both... The dinner did not last long. The dinner did not last long, for they were both in a hurry. The host, because he felt ill at ease, and was, besides... The dinner did not last long, for they were both in a hurry. The host, because he felt ill at ease, and was, besides... The dinner did not last long. The dinner did not last long. The dinner did not last. The dinner did not last long, for they were both in a hurry, and host, because he felt ill at... The host, because he felt ill at ease, and was, besides, ashamed that the dinner was a poor one. He was partly ashamed because he wanted to give the visitor... He was partly ashamed because he wanted to give the visitor a good meal, and partly because he wanted to show him he did not live like a beggar. The visitor, on his side too, was in terrible confusion. The visitor on his side too was in terrible confusion and extreme... The visitor, on his side too, was in terrible confusion and extremely embarrassed. When he had finished the piece of bread he had taken, he was afraid to put out his hand to take another piece, was ashamed. He was afraid to put out his hand to take another piece. He was ashamed to help himself to the best morsels. He was afraid to put out his hand. He was afraid to put out his hand to take another piece. He was afraid to put out his hand to take another piece, was ashamed to help him. Bloody hell. He was ashamed. He was afraid to put out his hand to take another piece, was ashamed to help himself to the best morsels, and was continually assuring his host. Was ashamed to help himself to the best morsels, and was continually assuring his host that he was not at all hungry, that the dinner was excellent, that he was absolutely satisfied with it, and should not forget it to his dying day. When the meal was over, Mr. Golyadkin lighted his pipe and offered a second, which was brought in to the visitor. They sat facing each other, and the visitor began telling his adventures. They sat facing each other, and the visitor began telling his adventures. Mr. Golyadkin Jr.'s story lasted for 3 or 4 hours. Mr. Golyadkin Jr.'s story lasted for 3 or 4 hours. His history was, however, composed of the most trivial and wretched. His history was, however, composed of the most trivial and wretched, if one may say so, incidents. It dealt with details of service in some law court in the It dealt with detail. It dealt with details of service in some law court in the provinces, of prosecutors and presidents, of some department intrigues, and of the depravity of some department intrigues, of the depravity of some registration clerks, of an inspector, of the sudden appointment of a new chief in the department, of the sudden appointment of a new chief in the department, of how the second Mr. Golyadkin, of the sudden appointment of a new chief in the department, of how the second Mr. Golyadkin had suffered, quite without any fault on his part, of his aged aunt, Pelagia Semyonovna. Of his aged aunt, Pelagia Semyonovna, of how through various intrigues, the part of his enemies, of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemies, he had lost, of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemies, he had lost, of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemies, of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemy, of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemies, he had lost his situation and had come to Petersburg on foot, of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemies, he had lost his of how through various intrigues on the part of his enemies he had lost his situation and had come to Petersburg on foot, of the harassing and wretched time he had spent here, in Petersburg, how for a long time he had tried in vain to get a job, had spent all his money, had nothing left. How for a long time he had tried in vain to get a job, had spent all his money, had nothing left, had been living almost in the street, lived on a crust of bread and washed it down with his tears, slept on the bare floor, and finally, how some good Christian had exerted himself on his behalf, had given him an introduction, and had nobly got him into a new berth. Mr. Golyadkin's visitor shed tears as he told. Mr. Golyadkin's visitor shed tears as he told his story, and wiped his eyes with a blue check handkerchief that looked like oilcloth. That looked like oilcloth. He ended by making a clean. He ended by making a clean breast of it to Mr. Golyadkin, and confessing that he was not only for the first cars. He ended by making a clean breast of it to Mr. Golyadkin, and confessing that he was not only for the time without means of subsistence and money for decent lodging, but He ended by making a clean breast of it to Mr. Golyonkin, and confessing that he was not only for the time without means of subsistence and money for decent lodging, but had not even the wherewithal to fit himself out properly, so that he had not, he said in conclusion, been able to get together enough for a pair of wretched boots. So that he had not. He ended by making a clean breast of it to Mr. Golyonkin. And confessing that he was not only for the time without means of subsistence and money for decent lodging. He ended by making a clean breast of it to Mr. Golyonkin, and confessing that he was not only for the time without means of subsistence and money for a decent lodging, but had not even the wherewithal to fit himself out properly, so that he had not, he said in conclusion, been able to get together enough for a pair of wretched boots. Been able to get enough together for a pair of wretched boots. Thought I heard a car coming by. Been able to get enough together for a pair of wretched boots. And that he had to hire a uniform for the time. Mr. Golyonkin was melted. He was genuinely touched. Even though his visitor's story was the paltriest story, every word of it was like heavenly manna to his heart. The fact was that Mr. Golyonkin was beginning to forget. Mr. Golyonkin was melted. Mr. Golyonkin was melted. He was genuinely touched. Even though his visitor's story was the paltriest story, every word of it was like heavenly manna to his heart. The fact was that Mr. Golyonkin was beginning to forget his last misgivings. To surrender his soul to freedom and rejoicing, and at last mentally dubbed himself a fool. It was all so natural. And what a thing to break his heart over. What a thing to be so distressed about. To be sure there really was one ticklish circumstance, but after all, it was not a misfortune. It could be no disgrace to a man. It could not cast a slur on his honor or ruin his career, if it were innocent, since nature herself was mixed up in it. Moreover, since nature herself was mixed up in it. Moreover, the visitor begged for protection, wept, railed at destiny, seemed such. Moreover, the visitor begged for protection, wept, railed at destiny, seemed. Moreover, the visitor begged for protection, wept, railed. Moreover, the visitor begged for protection, wept, railed at destiny, seemed such an artless, pitiful, insignificant person, with no craft or malice about him, and he seemed now to be ashamed of himself, though perhaps on different grounds, of the strange semblance of his countenance. Of the strange resemblance with that of Mr. Golyadkin's. His behavior was absolutely unimpeachable. His behavior was absolutely unimpeachable. His one desire was to please his host, and he looked as a man who feels conscience-stricken and to blame in regard to someone else. His behavior was absolutely unimpeachable. His one desire was to please his host, and he looked as a man who feels conscious. His one desire was to please his host, and he looked as a man who feels conscience-stricken and. His one desire was to please his host, and he looked as a man. His one desire was to please his host, and he looked as a man who feels conscience-stricken and to blame in regard to someone else. If any doubtful point were touched upon, for instance, the visitor had once agreed with Mr. Golyadkin's opinion. If any doubtful point were touched upon, for instance, the visitor had once agreed with Mr. Golyadkin's opinion. If by mistake he advanced an opinion in opposition to Mr. Golyadkin's, if by mistake he advanced an opinion in opposition to Mr. Golyadkin's, and afterwards noticed that he had made a slip, he immediately corrected his mistake, explained himself, and made it clear that he meant the same thing. Explained himself, and made it clear that he meant the same thing as his host, that he had thought. Explained himself, and made it clear that he meant the same thing as his host, that he thought as he did, and took the same view of everything as he did. In fact, that he thought the same as he did, and took the same view of everything as he did. In fact, the visitor made every possible effort. To make up to Mr. Golyadkin. In fact, the visitor made every possible effort to make up to Mr. Golyadkin, so that the latter made up his mind at last. So that the latter so that the so that the so many T's and T's. In fact, the visitor made every possible effort to make up to Mr. Goyotkin, so that the latter, so that the la- so that the latter, so that the latter made up his mind at last that his visitor must be a very amiable person in every way. Meanwhile, tea was brought in. Meanwhile, tea was brought in. Meanwhile, tea was brought in. It was nearly 9 o'clock. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Mr. Goyotkin felt in a very good humor, grew lively and skittish, let himself go a little, and finally plunged into a most animated and interesting conversation with his visitor. Mr. Goyotkin felt in a very good humor, grew lively and skittish, let himself go a little, and finally plunged into a most animated and interesting conversation with his visitor. In his festive moments, in his festive moments, Mr. Goyotkin was fond of telling interesting anecdotes. So now he told the visitor a great deal about. So now he told the visitor. So now he told the visitor a great deal about Petersburg, about its entertainments and about its entertainments and attractions, about the theater, the clubs. Brulov is my best guess for that. Let's see. Yep. So now he told the visitor a great deal about Petersburg, about its entertainments and attractions, about the theater, the clubs, 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 about Brulov's picture, and about the two Englishmen who came from England to Petersburg on purpose to look for the iron railing. About Brulov's. So now he told the visitor a great deal about Petersburg. So now he told the visitor a great deal about Petersburg, about its entertainments and attractions, about the theater, the clubs, about Brulov's picture, and about Brulov's picture, and about the two Englishmen who came from England to Petersburg on purpose. About Brulov's picture, and about the two Englishmen who came from England to Petersburg on purpose to look at the iron railing of the summer garden, and returned at once when they had seen it. About the office, and returned at once when they had, and returned at once when they had seen it. About the office, about old Sufy Ivanovitch and Andrei Filipovitch. About the office, about the office, about the office, about old Sufy Ivanovitch, about the office, about old Sufy Ivanovitch about the office, about old Sufy Ivanovitch and Andrei Filipovitch, about the way that Russia was hour by hour progressing towards a state of perfection, so that arts and letters flourish here today. About an anecdote he had recently read in the Northern Bee concerning a boa constrictor in India of immense strength, about Baron Brambius, and so on. about Baron Brambeus, and so on. In short, Mr. Golyadkin was quite happy, first, because his mind was at rest. Secondly, because so far from being afraid of his enemies, he was quite prepared now to challenge them all to mortal combat. Thirdly, because he was now in the role of a patron. Because, so far from being afraid of his enemies, he was quite prepared now to challenge them all to mortal combat. Thirdly, because he was now in the role of patron and was doing a good deed. Yet he was conscious at the bottom of his heart that he would not perfectly happy, that there was still a hidden worm gnawing at his heart, that there was still a hidden worm gnawing at his heart, though it was only a tiny one. He was extremely worried by the thought of the previous evening at Olsufi. He was extremely worried by the thought of the previous evening at Olsufi. Ivanovich's. He would have given a great deal now for nothing to have happened of what took place then. It's no matter though. Our hero decided at last. And he finally. Our hero decided at last. It's no matter though. Our hero decided at last, and he firmly resolved in his heart to behave well in future. And never to be guilty of such pranks again. As Mr. Golyadkin was now completely worked up and had suddenly become almost blissful, the fancy took him to have a jovial time. Rum was brought in by Petrushka, Rum was brought in by Petushka. Rum was brought in by Petushka, and punch was prepared. The visitor and his host drained a glass each. The visitor and his host drained a glass each, and then a second. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before, and gave more than one proof of his frankness and charming character. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before, and gave more than one proof of his. The visitor appeared even more. Hiccups. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before, and gave more than one proof. That slapping noise every time. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before, and gave more than one proof of his frankness and charming character. The visitor appeared even more amiable than before, and gave more than one proof of his frankness, and gave more than one proof of his frankness, and gave more than one proof of his frankness and charming character, and gave more than one proof of his frankness and just in time for a car. And gave more than one proof of his frankness and gave more than one proof of his frankness and charming character. He entered keenly into Mr. Golyadkin's joy. He entered keenly into Mr. Golyadkin's joy, seemed only to rejoice in his rejoicing, and to look upon him as his one and only benefactor. Taking up a pen and a sheet of paper, he asked Mr. Golyadkin not to look at what he was going to write, but afterwards showed his host what he had written. It turned out to be a verse of 4 lines, written with a good deal of feeling, in excellent language and handwriting, and evidently was the composition of the amiable visitor, was the composition of the amiable visitor himself. The lines were as follows. If thou forget me, I shall not forget thee, though all things may be. Do not thou forget me. With tears in his eyes, Mr. Golyadkin embraced his companion, and With tears in his eyes, Mr. Golyadkin embraced his companion, and, completely overcome by his feelings, he began to initiate his friend. And, completely overcome by his feelings, he began to initiate his friend into some of his own secrets. And completely overcome by his feelings, he began to initiate his friend into some of his own secrets. He began to initiate his friend into some of his own secrets and private affairs. He began to initiate his friend into some of his own secrets and private affairs. Andrei Filipovich and Clara Osufyevna being prominent in his remarks. Well, you may be sure that we shall get on together, Yakov Petrovich, said our hero to his visitor. You and I will take to each other. You and I will take to each other like fish to water, Yakov Petrovich. We shall be like brothers. We'll be cunning, my dear fellow. We'll work together. We'll get up and we'll work together. We'll get up to we'll work. Oh, murder in my voice. Sheesh. Let's try that again. You and I will take to each other like fish. You and I will take to each other like fish to water, Yakov Petrovich. You and I will take to each other. You and I will take. You and I will take to each other like fish to water. You and I will take to each other like fish to water, Yakov Petrovich. We shall be like brothers. We'll be cunning, my dear fellow. We'll work together. We'll get up an intrigue. We'll get up an intrigue, too, to pay them out. We'll get up an intrigue, too. We'll get up an intrigue, too. We'll get up an intrigue. We'll get up an intrigue, too, to pay them out. To pay them out, we'll get up an intrigue, too. And don't you trust any of them. I know you, Yakov Petrovich, and I understand your character. You'll tell them everything straight out. You know, you're a guileless soul. You'll tell them everything straight out, you know. You'll tell them everything straight out. You know, you're a guileless soul. You must hold aloof. You must hold aloof from them. You must hold aloof from them all, my boy. You must hold aloof from them all, my boy. Whoa. That's harsh. His companion entirely. Oh no, what did I do? Oh, okay. Touched a button on the numpad for a second. His companion entirely agreed with him, thanked Mr. Goyotkin. This is an awfully long chapter I'm finding. Oh yeah, this is a very long chapter, wow. Seems like we're only a couple of pages away, though. His companion entirely agreed with him. His companion entirely agreed with him, thanked Mr. Goyotkin, and he, too, grew tearful at last. and he, too, grew tearful at last. Right in time for a car to get the perfect delivery. At least we've went almost an entire hour without too many interruptions. Between the burn and finally coming down to cooler weather, my sinuses have not been the most cooperative. But certainly not nearly so bad as when we were doing some of Frankenstein. That business was truly, truly an unpleasant one at certain points. Worth the end product, yes, but definitely quite an undesirable price. Well, that should keep us going for some time longer. His companion entirely agreed with him, thanked Mr. Goyotkin, and he thanked Mr. Goyotkin, and he thanked Mr. Goyotkin, and he, too, thanked Mr. Goyotkin, and he, too, grew tearful at last. Grew tearful at last. Grew tearful at last. Do you know, Yasha? Do you know, Yasha? Do you know, Yasha? Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shaking voice, weak with emotion. Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shaking voice. And another car. Very cool. We're at quite the risk of only being able to get a single chapter in tonight. We're already 20 minutes deep into hour 1. Well, I should say hour 2. It'll pass sometime tonight. Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shake. Mr. Goyotkin went on. Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shaking. Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shaking voice, weak with emotion. Mr. Goyotkin went on in a Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shaking voice. Mr. Goyotkin went on. Mr. Goyotkin went on in a shaking voice, weak with emotion. You must stay with me for a time, or stay with me forever. We shall get on together. What do you say, brother, eh? And don't you worry or repine because there's such a strange circumstance about us now. And don't you worry or repine because there's such a strange circumstance about us now. It's a sin to repine, brother. It's nature. And Mother Nature. And Mother Nature is liberal. And Mother Nature is liberal. And Mother Nature is liberal with her gifts. So there, brother Yasha. So there, brother. And Mother Nature is liberal. And Mother Nature is liberal with her. And Mother Nature is liberal. And Mother Nature is liberal with her gifts. So there, brother Yasha. It's from love. It's from love. It's from love for you. It's from love for you. It's from love. It's from love for you that I speak. From brotherly love. It's from love. It's from love for you that I speak. From brotherly. It's from love for you that I speak. From brotherly love. From brotherly love. From brotherly love. But we'll be cunning, Yasha. But we'll be cunning. But we'll be cunning, Yasha. We'll lay a mine, too, and we'll make them laugh the other. But we'll be cunning. But we'll be cunning, Yasha. We'll lay a mine, too, and we'll make them laugh the other side of their mouths. We'll lay a mine, too, and we'll make them laugh the other side of their mouths. But we'll be cunning, Yasha. We'll lay a mine, too, and we'll make them laugh the other side. But we'll be cunning, Yasha. We'll lay a mine, too, and we'll make them laugh the other side of their mouths. They reached their third. They reached their third. They reached their third and fourth glasses of punch at last, and then Mr. Goyadkin began to be aware of two sensations. I was hoping that wouldn't be picked up. These lines are messing me up for some reason. They reached their third and fourth glasses of punch at last, and then Mr. Goyadkin began to be aware of two sensations. The one that he was extraordinarily happy. The one that he was extraordinarily happy, and the other that he could not stand up, and the other that he could not stand upon his legs, and the other that he could not stand up, and the other that he could not stand upon his legs. The guest was, of course, invited to stay the night. A bed was somehow made up on two chairs. Mr. Goyadkin Jr. declared that under a friend's roof, the bare floor would be a soft bed. A bed was somehow made upon two chairs. Mr. Goyadkin Jr. declared that under Mr. Goyadkin Jr. declared that under a friend's roof the bare floor would be a soft bed, and that for his part that for his part he could sleep anywhere, humbly and gratefully, that he was in paradise now, that he had been through a great deal of trouble and grief in his time. He had seen ups and downs, he had seen ups and downs, had all sorts of things to put up with, and who could tell? Goodness. He had seen ups and downs, had all sorts of things to put up with, and who could tell what the future would... Had all sorts of things. He had seen ups and downs, had all sorts of things. He had seen ups and downs, He had seen ups and downs, He had seen ups and downs, had all sorts of things. He had seen ups and downs, He had seen ups and downs, had seen... He had seen ups and downs, had all sorts of things to put up with, and who could tell what the future would be? Maybe he would have still more to put up with. Maybe he would have still more to put up with. Mr. Goyadkin Sr. protested against... Mr. Goyadkin Sr. Mr. Goyadkin Sr. protested against this. Mr. Goyadkin Sr. protested against this, and began to maintain that Mr. Goyadkin Sr. protested against this, and began to maintain that one must put one's faith in God. And began to maintain that one must put one's faith in God. And began to maintain that one must put one's faith in God. And began to maintain that one must put one's faith in God. And began to maintain that one must put one's faith in God. His guest entirely agreed, observing that there was, of course, no one like God. No one like God. At this point, Mr. Goyadkin Sr. Observed that in a certain... At this point, Mr. Goyadkin Sr. Observed that in certain... At this point, Mr. Goyadkin Sr. observed that in certain respects, the Turks were right in calling upon God even in their sleep. Then, through disagreeing with certain learned professors in the slander they had promulgated against the Turkish prophet Mahomet, and recognizing him as a great politician in his own line, Mr. Goyadkin passed to a very interesting description of an Algerian barber's shop in which he had read in a book. Mr. Goyadkin passed to a very interesting description of an Algerian barber's shop. Mr. Goyadkin passed to a very interesting description of an Algerian barber's shop. Mr. Goyadkin passed to a very interesting description. Mr. Goyadkin passed to a very interesting description of an Algerian barber's shop, which he had read in a book. Of miscellanies. The friends laughed. The friends laughed heartily at the simplicity of the Turks, but paid due tribute to their fanaticism, which they ascribed to opium. At last, the friends laughed heartily. The friends laughed heartily at the simplicity of the Turks, at the simplicity of the Turks, but paid due tribute to their fanaticism, which they ascribed to opium. At last, the guest began undressing. And thinking in the kindness of his heart that he very likely and thinking in the kindness of his heart that the very like and thinking in the kindness of his heart that very likely he hadn't even a decent shirt, Mr. Goyadkin went behind the screen to avoid embarrassing a man who had suffered enough, and partly to reassure himself as far as possible about Petrushka, to sound him, to cheer him up if he could, to be kind to the fellow, so that everyone might be happy. And that everyone might be happy, and that everything might be pleasant, all around, and that everything might be pleasant, and that everything might be pleasant all round. It must be remarked that Petrushka still rather bothered Mr. Goyadkin. You may go to bed now, Pyotr. You may go to bed now, Pyotr. Mr. Goyadkin said blandly, going into this. Mr. Goyadkin said blandly, going into his servant's domain. You go to bed now, and wake me up at 8 o'clock. Do you understand, Petrushka? Mr. Goyadkin spoke with exceptional. You go to bed now, and wake me up at 8 o'clock. Do you understand, Petrushka? Mr. Goyadkin spoke with exceptional softness and friendliness. You go to bed now, and wake me up at 8 o'clock. Do you understand, Petrushka? Mr. Goyadkin spoke with exceptional. Mr. Goyadkin spoke with exceptional softness and friendliness. but Petrushka remained mute. He was busy making his bed, and did not even turn round to face his master, which he ought to have done out of simple respect. "Did you hear what I said, Pyotr?" "Did you hear what I said, Pyotr?" Mr. Golyadkin went on. "You go to bed now, and you go to bed now. You go to bed now, and wake me tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Do you understand?" Why, I know that. What's the use of... Why, I know that. What's the use of telling me? Petrushka grumbled to himself. Petrushka grumbled to himself. Well, that's right, Petrushka. Well, that's right. Well, that's right, Petrushka. I only mentioned it that you might be happy and at rest. Now we are all happy. So I want you, too, to be happy and satisfied. I now wish you a good night. And now I wish you good night. Sleep, Petrushka, sleep. Sleep, Petrushka, sleep. Sleep, Petrushka, sleep. Sleep, Petrushka, sleep. Sleep. We all have to work. We all have to work. Don't think anything amiss, my man. Mr. Golyadkin began, but stopped short. Mr. Golyadkin began, but stopped short. Mr. Golyadkin began, but stopped short. Isn't this too much? Isn't this too much? Isn't this too much? He thought. Haven't I gone too far? That's how it always is. I always overdo things. Our hero felt much dissatisfied with it. Our hero felt much dissatisfied with himself as he left Petrushka. He was, besides, rather wounded by Petrushka's grumpiness and rudeness. One jests with the rascal. His master does him too much on. One jests with the rascal. One jests with the rascal. His master does him too much honor, and the rascal does not feel it, thought Mr. Golyadkin. But there, that's the nasty way of all that sort of people. Somewhat shaken, he went back to his room and, seeing that his guest had settled himself for the night, he sat down on the edge of his bed for a minute. Come, you must own, Yasha. Come, you must own, you must own, Yasha, he began in a whisper, wagging his head. You're a rascal, you know. You're a rascal, you know. What a way you've treated me. You see, you've got my name. You've got my name. Do you know that? He went on, jesting in a rather familiar way with his visitor. At last, saying a friendly good night to him. Mr. Golyadkin began preparing for the night. The visitor, meanwhile, began snoring. The visitor, meanwhile, began snoring. The visitor... The visitor, meanwhile, began snoring. Mr. Golyadkin in his turn, got into bed, laughing and whispering to himself. You are drunk today, my dear fellow, Yakov Petrovich, you rascal, you old Golyadkin, what a surname to have. You old Golyadkin, what a surname to have. Why, what are you so pleased about? You'll be crying tomorrow, you know, you sniveler. What am I to do with you? What am I to do with you? What am I to do with you? At this point, a rather strange sensation pervaded Mr. Golyadkin's whole being, something like doubt or remorse. I've been overexcited and let myself go, he thought. Now I've a noise in my head and I'm drunk. I couldn't restrain myself, ass that I am. And I've been babbling bushels. Of nonsense, and like a rascal I was planning to be so sly. 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 Of course, to forgive and forget injuries is the height of virtue, but it's a bad thing nevertheless. But it's a bad thing nevertheless. Yes, that's so. At this point, Yes, that's so. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin got up. Took a candle, and went. At this point, Mr. Golyadkin got up, took a candle, and went on tiptoe to look once more at his sleeping guest. He stood over him for a long time, meditating deeply. An unpleasant picture, a regular burlesque, and that's the fact of the matter. A regular burlesque, and that's the fact of the matter. At last, Golyadkin settled down, finally. There was a humming, a buzzing, a ringing in his head. He grew more and more drowsy, tried to think about something, to remember something very interesting. He grew more and more drowsy, tried to think about something, to remember something very interesting, to decide something very important, some delicate question, but could not. Sleep descended upon his devoted head, and he slept as people generally do sleep. Who were not used to drinking. As people generally do sleep, who were not used to drinking, and have consumed 5 glasses Sleep descended upon his devoted head, and he slept as people generally, do, and he slept as people generally do, and he slept as people generally do, and he slept as people generally do sleep, who were not, and he slept as people generally do sleep, who were not used to drinking, and have consumed 5 glasses of punch at some festive gathering. At some festive gathering. At some festive gathering. At some festive gathering. And have consumed 5 glasses of punch at some festive gathering. At some festive gathering. All right, that was an odyssey unto itself, to call upon the phrase used earlier. Goodness. Since we are almost at the 50-minute mark of the second hour, again, I correct myself. We shan't be doing another chapter. That was genuinely quite difficult on my voice. It wasn't even 10 pages. I don't know what's going on today, but what have you. Things happen. But with that, will I have much to reply with? Not so sure. But we'll certainly recap in any event. In chapter 7, Dostoyevsky. In chapter 7, Goyonkin Sr. and Goyonkin Jr. are finally admitted. Goyonkin Sr. and Goyonkin Jr. are admitted into the Goyonkin Sr. and Goyonkin Jr. are admitted into the former's flat, where they are seated, welcomed, settling. Into the scene, into the abode. And in but a few moments, Goyonkin Jr. recounts his tale. And in but a few moments of the senior's apprehension, Goyonkin Jr. Cars. At least it was in this section. Goyonkin Jr. recounts his tale. Not too terribly different from Senior. He has went through life doing the general labors of his class, doing the general labors of his middling class, only to find himself at a loss, sabotaged by his fellows, cast out upon the street, and suffering all manner of privations, only to finally end up there, only to finally end up in Golyadkin's district of Petersburg. On the noble recommendation of one of his fellows. Finding work at the same office, and there encountering Golyadkin Sr. Instantly, magnetically, Junior finds himself, on the reputation he has heard of Senior, drawn to him. And here, at the end of his explanation, he beseeches Senior for patronage, for succor, for room and board, and even for plain companionship. At the end of this, Golyadkin Sr. is moved, truly moved. At the end of this, Golyadkin Sr. is truly moved by the plight, paupery, and genuine shame that Golyadkin Jr. has endured. This buttressed by Golyadkin Jr.'s affability, amiability, agreeability. At every turn, seeking to please Senior as his host and hopeful patron. In every slight mannerism. They dine, both showing modesty, as the provider and the recipient. Trade stories, and then trade even more, as at first rum is brought out. Piping ensues, punch follows, and both end up with quite a bit of each within their bellies. Feeling warm and well, Golyadkin Sr. beseeches Junior to stay with him as long as he likes, as long as he needs, as long as he can. And the junior graciously accepts. After some time of trading these tales, they both settle in. With just as much propriety as before, to sleep. While the junior is made up on a bed of two chairs put together. The senior goes to bid Petrushka farewell and asks to be awakened at 8 o'clock. Petrushka, dauntlessly gruff as ever, takes little heed in Senior's kindly words, and sloughs him off back to his room. Thereabouts, Golyadkin Senior sits on the edge of his bed, feeling wondrous, and then, after a few moments, thinks himself maybe having gone too far. In his activities of the day. Too kindly, forgiving, gracious, and so is once more pervaded with suspicion and tenseness. He looks over to his visitor, and then in time stands, candlestick in hand, and looks down upon him for a great long while. He ponders the same loop of thoughts for some time, and then finally huddles back into bed, rolling over and allowing his drunken sleepiness to take him. Okay. And again, quite economic on time. Earnestly, I don't think that I could really add anything more on the recap portion than what was already said, but an extension whenever we had the portion of the sort of meta-narration put on display in the previous chapter. It hits a lot of the same notes. It covers a lot of the same ground in that there is that questionability of the narration itself and the insertion directly into his line of thinking, his direct perspective, his a sort of third person to first person view, and a minor vacillation at various points between them. So, with that all said, let's turn to our comments now. Hey there, Pierce. Thank you for coming to join us. I hope that you enjoy it just as well as I do making it. But, now, to Protontology. And so I thought about kind of, changing its appearance, because when I'm working on these documents, have the background as sort of like a charcoal black, almost the exact same shade as the surrounding here in Sumatra, the PDF reader. With the text as sort of off-white. Makes it very easy on the eyes. But to be honest, I think it's a nice standout. I think it'll make not only nice shorts, thinking with the editor brain, but also on its own I do find it rather pleasing to the eye. So now that we're lined up here, wet the whistle after the apparent barraging that it received. Surprisingly, I did all of my exercises beforehand, and, you know, flukes do happen. But, here we are now. So, to start off with, we will be doing a kind of quick and dirty reading. And then we will kind of address each portion where there's a significant break amongst the paragraphs, or if there is a subsection that needs some sort of address, or that I feel like kind of expounding upon. Now, also keep in mind, this is a draft. This is not the entire thing ripped and ready to go. This is just what I've gotten so far. If I get any feedback that you all think things might need a little bit more review, then of course I'll take a look at it again. But here we are. Protontology. I should probably also address the elephant in the room. I've been experimenting with modes of presentation, ways of doing chapter breaks and subsections and things like this, with formatting conventions that are quite a bit out of the usual. For instance, with a header that is in the same kind of attachment, or rather, I should say, is contiguous with the paragraph that it is part of, and of course, naturally, the chapter that it is a part of, along with the direct etymologic translation from the word itself that's being used here, which is quite a neologism as far as I've ever come to know of, to something that is a little bit more colloquial, a little bit more simplified. And then, of course, we have our, among our sections, our subsections, which simply are demarcated with the 3-dash break, and then italicization, which offers 2 points of index to any eyes that are scanning over the document. For any who do venture a good deal into writing or literature in general, I would be very happy and indeed quite excited to hear your feedback on these developments, whether you think they're good, bad, or somewhere in between. But let's get zoomed in. Protontology, the prime account of beingness. What protontology encompasses is the understanding of every perspective, practice, and production as participants in and consequence of accounts about things. It is the framing of each's vast diversities as mutually intelligible because they are all members of the selfsame medium. What it does is codify this outlook by assessing what occurs to enable each. This makes for a system whereby even the most contradicting of this medium may be recognized as descendants of a shared origin, and therefore traced back to their rudimentary underpinnings and underliers. So here we have a paragraph that goes on. I guess I should probably highlight this. So here's a paragraph that, on that inline convention of chapter markings, has the first paragraphs, has the first sentences thrust, has the first sentence's first line italicized, bolded, and underlined for the key word of what, why, as you'll see in the later sections, and how. This is a convention that I'm trying to work on where the big three things you need to know about something are covered. And I do this in inspiration from Quiddity, Quantity, and Quality. In that, as it will be described later in this very document, the whatness of a thing, the quiddity, is mandatorily what you should start off with if you want to be as clear and unconvoluted as possible, where the why I consider much more enumerative in that way of quantity, quantifying what exactly we're talking about here. And then finally, in the how, the quality, we get to touch on what this all amounts to, what characterizations are to be drawn, what properties are there that we need to discuss. But besides just the... and another car. But besides just the indexing conventions, this paragraph makes it clear that basically everything is part of ontology by way of everything is part of protontology by way of ontology, which this is ultimately about, in a descendant fashion, as opposed to ascendant, as we'll get into later. And in that, perspectives, practices, and productions, or, for those more familiar with philosophic vocabulary might understand, theoria, theoriae, praxes, and poieses, that is to say, in more direct translations, outlooks, doings, and makings, are what all of this is constituted of. Are all constituted in the fashion of ontologies at least, and again, therefore, by and therefore, again, by way of protontologic underliers and underpinnings. Well, let's see. We might not actually need to do it literally paragraph by paragraph, but that one for sure. By this frame, we arrive at ontology itself, minimally and neutrally defined as the inquiry upon what exists. Protontology examines this as the account about something, and regards it as the very activity that constitutes agency. From this regard, in reciprocation, it asserts that even the least of agency inescapably entails participation in and in action through ontology. Thereby, it extends the definition of agent to all entities which maintain a systematic record of no less than some elements of themselves, and coordinate activity as a consequence of that record, with self-awareness or otherwise. So coming in from the previous paragraph, in understanding that ontology, and again therefore protontologic underliers and underpinnings, play a part in every single bit of perspective, practice, and production, a neat little alliteration for theory, praxis, theoria, praxis, and poiesis, in a more graspable vocabulary. That by way of these, protontology holds the ontologizing itself as the vector, method, means by which agency, self-direction, to any extent, is accomplished. And it need not be self-awaredly. It could just as easily be, per later paragraphs, something as basic as a single-celled organism, all the way up to Gestalt consciousnesses, if we want to get a little fictitious with it. And it makes this connection through the simple observation that this is what every agent does. These appear, universally, to be the constitutive elements of agency, as defined here. Consequently, from the simplest of artificial or biologic entities to the most complex, protontology postulates that each achieves agency by these common means. In light of these degrees of agency, the theory distinguishes between states of constitutive sufficiency and systemic activity to reuptake ontologizing events into further processes. These are held as circumstances where one is operating on these grounds without the sufficiency or activity to do so, implicitude, and where both conditions are met, explicitude. Glad that I wasn't recording that for an audiobook portion, because I only noticed at the last second a vehicle passing by. This paragraph decidedly follows on from what I was describing moments ago. This paragraph is the bridge from the recognition of agency and ontologizing into a distinction between two varieties of ontologizing. Hadn't we these, the philosophic program runs the risk of simply making the claim that every agent is self-awaredly doing something, has some degree of introspection or something there like. Rather, protontology stakes the simple claim that there are those who, by design, by construction, and also content, and also by context, may or may not be making a move, doing a thing that renders that extent of self-awareness, which is here regarded as a gradient. The single-celled organism, for instance, might be able to place the relative stimuli of various compounds around them through various chemic or electric interactions into something of a systematizable action. That is a very rudimentary degree of explicitude, where something like a dog might demonstrably be able to account for the modulations and frequencies of sound so that it can, in a very implicit way, apprehend the general disposition of other animals, and specifically, of course, their owners. And therefore, this paragraph makes it explicit in an ontology that there are differing modes in a spectrum of ontologizing itself, self-awaredly and non-self-awaredly. In light of this postulate and distinction, implicit and explicit ontologizing is staked as the engine and common ancestor of all thought, to expressly include even the most specialized disciplines. Here it is held that when implicit accounts about things produced by individuals are explicated as an act of ontologizing, one has the study of ontology. It puts claims of what existence implies into systems. Well, that's entirely covered by my face here. I guess let's zoom back in and I don't have a different position for my camera, and I really don't like the idea because it's a stack of elements of manipulating that. Let's see, is there a way to have it non-pageless? Let me see if I remember the key bindings. Never mind. I can just do a picture-in-picture of this later to get it up on the screen. I don't know why I was complicating the matter. Yeah, that'll be fine. This paragraph simply gives us Here we simply bridge into the recognition of what ontology is in a very neutral and hopefully universalizable sense. Of course, ontology is itself, alongside making it clear that by virtue of its rudimentality, not only is it the bottom, but also runs all the way through every single discipline, from basic sensory motor coordination to high culture and science. And with that, using it as a pivot to say that ontology is just making explicit, is just making what exists implicitly explicit. Although, of course, there are plenty of definitions that go along with ontology, just like every single field of philosophy. In addition to this, the kind of placement hereof another car. Taxonomy history. Wow, it's still not gone. Taxonomy history, if you will, of ontology in the protontologic context rather tears it away from a subdiscipline of metaphysics. That is to say, while this also has numerous definitions, I take it to mean an attempt above mere physics to weave together a narrative, explanation, deeper essence or meaning of reality as something more than just reality, where keeping it in just that little box of reality as reality is something that physics does. Though, of course, feel free to disagree. As literally the first philosophy, the first principle. Even to protontology. In that, without ontologizing, in that, without ontology existing and the ontologizing doing, you couldn't have protontology. Without the ability to do accounts about something, there couldn't be any thought at all, let alone coordination in what we might call life, inference, or computation. When ontology is explicated from the perspectives of multiple individuals to study the collective of accounts about things, one has meta-ontology. It puts claims of what ontologic systems imply into systems. When ontology is explicated from its constitutive and interactive necessities, to study it as the possibility of accounts about things, one has protontology. It puts claims of what the existence of ontology itself implies into systems. So here we have the gross definitions of both the ascending philosophies and descending philosophies, where ontology is the straight line from A to B. You have, in this conception, a branching that ascends in meta-ontology to look down over the entire field of ontology and make claims, make systems of those ontologies, to predicate of them, if you will. And on the descending branch, you have protontology. And since we take ontology as the necessary first philosophy here, then that means that both of these are rather very close to that original bud, if you want to think of it rhizomatically, or root arborescently. That is, meta-ontology and protontology are genuinely as close as you can get to the source of all science and philosophy as such. And now we get onto the why section. Then the why of protontology explicates the account about something as not merely a vehicle for grasping the basic concept of ontology. Rather, it considers the phrase as the outline of ontologizing's pre-agential presuppositions of registering references in an account, coordinating within entities as an about, and existing as reference in a thing. From these, the activities proper to an agent are explicated as maintaining a registry by accounting, performing a coordination by abouting, and sustaining its existence by thinging. Thereabouts, activities may be explicitly observed across and by agents as the content of a registry in accountedness, expression of coordination in aboutedness, and situation of existence in thingedness. So, packed into this dense economy of verbiage, this paragraph serves to extend and expound with a few neologisms here and there the core concepts, notions of what we're talking about in terms of agency. What exactly ontology's sort of mission statement is, and how it's actually carried out. And I attempt here to do this in a neutral way, as with the entire document, putting it in a frame that is interpretable by any disciplines which I assert as coming downstream would perhaps wish to do. Whether we have a realist position, which I am a objective realist in the strongest sense, for those unfamiliar with philosophic terms, that's not saying that me big and strong, it's more like I take a harder position. Or you could have something like an Aristotelian moderate realism, where something like the accountedness, aboutedness, or thingedness are things that are universals that the account, about, and thing are particularizing. Or even something like a straight idealist perspective, like a Hegelian take. You could think of these as modes or shared dimensions of the medium of spirit. Or if you want to take a Brandaminian, or if you wish to take a, or if you like Branham's reading of Hegel much more like I do, that these are a priori categories for inference and sort of encapsulate things in a pragmatic semantic meta vocabulary. As far as my take, I pose these as references to quiddities, quantities, and qualities, naturally. So this whole paragraph is an anticipation of exactly these. What a thing is, in the account, about, and thing, that is, their beings, what they are becoming in the accounting, abouting, and thinging, and then finally, a new innovation to the philosophic landscape, begetting, not merely being in a static sense, or even kinetic, nor the becoming in that strictly dynamic fashion, but over and over culmination of the thing as not a universal, not a particular, but an existential. Of course, best expressed in the accountedness, aboutedness, and thingedness. The properties manifest. As a composed phrase, the account about something, per ontology, is anchored in the accounter. In contrast, protontology presumes the thing foremost, not as an inquiry upon what exists, but as an inquiry upon the existence of inquiry. To delve beneath the ontologic premise is, thereby, to arrive at the protontologic presupposition, things abouting towards accounts. From this point, the underpinnings of protontology may be drawn. So, here as the closing line, here as the introductory line to the why of protontology, this primes us through something like a Copernican inversion of what we synopsize ontology to be. That is, an account about something. And in the context of protontology, we address things abouting toward accounts. Well, what does that mean? That is to say that there is evidently agency, whether you want to regard that in the philosophic libertarian sense, as in there is free will, or much like myself in the necessitarian fashion, where there ain't no free will at all, there never was. But we do have something that allows us to do something like an inference, a computation, at various orders of explicitude. Or even something else altogether. That certainly appears like agency. And in this way, we go from focusing in ontology about the account to explicating downwards beneath so we can underlook the entire ontologizing act. From not the perspective of the product, the poiesis of an ontology, but, well, excuse me, let me repeat that. From not the theoria, the perspective of the ontology, but rather what its poiesis, its production entails. So that we can trace from the ends to the beginnings. All right, and on to the next subsection. Don't know why it does that. Strange. Perhaps because there's the paragraph incompletely between the pages. Again, draft. This starts with the production itself, as the procedure whereby states of affairs are formed, Pragmesis. These unfold through the relation of three elements, where an initial context serves as the baseline conditions of things as they are, backgrounding. In that context, there is then some event which alters that state and serves as the development, foregrounding. When that developing event settles into a new baseline state, a different initial context for all further changes is attained, new grounding. So for those which have some cursory understanding, like myself, of physics or even linguistics, though the though the term has been generalized quite thoroughly. This is something of a perturbative model, in that backgrounding is our initial condition, our reference frame. Foregrounding is any differentiation outside of the pre-existing equilibrium, which does not require the backgrounding to be static, does not require it to be complete in the logic, inferential, and mathematic sense. That is to say, we don't have to know everything about it. We don't have to have a full account about it. But is still doing things, and is maintaining some kind of homeostasis, and is maintaining some kind of what we might think of in more anthropic terms as a homeostasis, a self-maintaining, in a state of being, in a state of distinguishable being, which then is followed by something thereabouts, usually a chain of events or some major catastrophic one that comes out of that equilibrium, which takes it away, develops it further, evolves further. Thus the foregrounding. And finally, once there is some kind of equilibrium, even if it looks entirely different, a lot more entropic or chaotic or wild than what we have seen in previous equilibria, you have your new grounding. This is the new basis upon which every other thing both occurs and, in terms of an ontology, is judged. The new reference frame. And this needn't be on a small time scale. This needn't be in something that's human comprehensible at all. This could be on the order of fractions of seconds, like the Big Bang, all the way to the entire end, whatever that happens to be, for the universe, if there were such a thing as an outside observer. Depending on what is being ontologized, and what scope and scale they are observing it on. The backgrounding, foregrounding, and new grounding could range anywhere from something we might think of as humans to billions of years, infinities of years, as tumultuous and difficult to mathematize as the exact quantum fluctuations of a football field, to something as relatively calm within its reference, scope, scale, and frame as the game that is played on that football field. And that's Pragmesis. And these are all Pragmesis. And these are all elements of Pragmesis. The action or doing, the action or process of a state of affairs. Pragmesis, as composed of backgrounding, foregrounding, and newgrounding, encapsulates the preconditions for the making of any account, the thinging. An example in an environmental frame might be a mountain as the baseline, where a loud noise that causes a landslide acts as the development, and the aftermath becomes the new baseline. For conversation, two people walking down a street holds as the backgrounding, an exchange of words as the foregrounding, and the difference in behaviors as the newgrounding. For electronics, the build of a device as the backgrounding, the flipping of a switch as the foregrounding, and execution of its operations as the newgrounding. So here we simply have some examples, per what I was describing after reading the previous paragraph, of Pragmesis as such. Wherever a pragmatotic production, and that is the adjectival form of pragmesis, pragmatotic, that is to say, of the process of a state of affairs. Wherever a pragmatotic production is sensitive to states of affairs so that it adapts to its state rather than merely adopts it, there is a procedure for forming practices through distinctions, Semesis. This begins with the reception of a foregrounding as a stimulation that alters the configuration of this kind of thing, encoding. There follows a change of configuration per the stimulation as a relation of that thing's circumstances, decoding. This relation may then prompt a self-reorientation in that thing's configuration, recoding. So we have a nested description here, where you have pre-existing the pragmesis as the medium, the thinging, required for any ontologizing, any abouting and accounting. You have a specific thinging that is able to adapt rather than adopt. That is to say, by encoding different from a completely non-agential object. Take some stimuli into a system, then by that stimuli decode translate that into something that is a native signal to that system. The word here being transduce. Though, of course, decoding is a lot more generalized, in that it can bridge both biologic and electromechanic systems. You'll see why in the future. And finally, recode. Do something about it. Take that external information, internalize it, and then fold that into your processes. Now, it is important here to recognize that Semesis is not necessarily an explicit form of ontologizing, hence why it's the second out of the third process. Rather, It is something that can be entirely implicit. That is, the system that's doing the ontologizing doesn't need to know that it's doing that, as we'll see in our forthcoming examples. Semesis, regarded as encoding, decoding, and recoding, serves as the conditional basis for doing an account, the abouting. A small-scale example might be traces of minerals and water stimulating a nanobot's receptors, prompting a directional relation of compound concentration, leading the nanobot to self-orient towards the source. Medium scale, a cat's eyes catching the light reflected off a mouse as an encoding, triggering a signal cascade that distinguishes the mouse through decoding and resulting in the cat pursuing the mouse via recoding. Large scale, cell walls in a fungal network encountering higher tension in hard soils as an encoding, with biochemic changes indicating less favorable conditions by decoding, leading the network to spend fewer growth resources in those areas for recoding. So you see in the examples for Semesis, that is the process of meaning making, not in the semiotic traditions, but in the ontologic traditions. That this stands as an underlier. Let me see. Underpinner, yes. And I do make the distinction between those, because the underpinner holds things up and the underlier is what is being held up. So it's a bit of literary legerdemain for those with the wherewithal to catch it. Serves as the underpinner for every higher and more explicit form of ontologizing. In fact, you don't even get to those explicit forms without it. As demonstrated as something that can be as self-unaware as a nanobot, through to a cat, which has relatively high self-awareness, even self-image, and even potentially self-image and object permanence to a degree. And then something that lies in an area where science isn't even quite sure, in fungal networks. Specifically in writing this, I was thinking of mycorrhizae and mycelia. But it is strictly necessary in any event. These demonstrate the strict necessity of encoding, decoding, and recoding. When a sematotic practice monitors its own adaptations such that its past informs future activities, there is a procedure for yielding perspectives by self-history, Taxesis. The first stage hereof is this sort of thing noting that there is a distinction made in decoding, ostensing, Next comes the association of those notations into one or more inventories. Extensing. Lastly, the folding of these inventories back into the thing's practices as self-directions. Intensing. So Taxesis here is painted as, per the word's etymology, the process of ordering. That is to say, when we have in our Semesis, our process of meaning, received by decoding, internalizing a stimulus, some constitutive and activity, some constitution and activity that is capable thereof, taking an ostension, that is to say, being able to define a thing, to make an account finally. Accounting that there was some decoding that happened at all, some process of meaning at all, followed by, if they are complex enough, an extensing, a chaining, networking, hierarching of these basic references together. And then finally, if complex enough, an intensing. Being able to render an intentionality, a self-direction, whether aware or not that they are doing so, being aware that there is some meaning-making happening at all. Taxesis, as ostensing, extensing, and intensing, grants specific things the faculty of outlooking unto an account, the accounting. A simple example might be a thermostat noting temperature via its sensors, inventorying changes over time, and folding that data into the regulation of air conditioning units. Intermediate, a colonial jellyfish's specialized organisms registering conditions by ostensing, sharing their information by nervous or conductive extensing, and coordinating both individual and collective tasks through intensing. Complex, a human monitoring their daily routines via ostensing, recording their thoughts for improvement per extensing, and reforming these routines by intensing. So we see here that gradient of complexity and explicitude that is able to be achieved from the most simple of things to the most complex of things that many can think of immediately anyway. In the human. This might read, as it very well should, as a kind of reorienting, regrounding, recentering of cybernetics, because that is precisely this. That is to say, it is a means of steering Kubernetes, the process of steering or governorship. by a process of ordering, Taxesis. And in that process of ordering, with high enough complexity and specialization, specifically, particularly, to enable a self-history, a self-monitoring of the processes of meaning, Semesis. We come to a point of high intelligence, high consciousness, an understanding of agency, whether one conceives of this as will or as plain process of physics, by means of ordering information. And not in some abstract sense, but in a distinctly interconnected and embodied one, on the medium of ontology. In sum, the pragmatotic production of the thing is analogized in the cartographer's territory of things as such. Its components are the ongoing makings of the backgrounding context, developmental foregrounding, and freshly settled baseline of new grounding. It is the medium of all things. This, along with the other paragraphs in this subsection, is a recapitulation of everything foregoing. It is the simple declaration that thinging in and of itself, things as such, things qua things. And another car. But we are being relatively quick with it all. In fact, with us already being on page 2, we might finish off a little bit short here, but it is 3:05. Maybe not. Are the state of affairs. And even if you don't want to interpret that out from the line of, it is the medium of all things, if you wanted to go something that's idealist or anti-realist even, you could simply parse it as, well, of course, we make the world, we are the medium. And that would be perfectly valid, even if I don't think it's sound. Of that medium, the sematotic practice of the about is as the legend of things distinguishing things. Its components are ongoing doings of encoding stimuli, decoding relations, and recoding self-orientations. It is a unique thing within the medium, developing itself by its own differences. And here, now with the establishment of the analogy of cartography in Pragmesis, the territory itself, that which maps are drawn from, that which maps are drawn from, we have in the Sematotic praxis, the legend, the key, the formula, how exactly we get from the flat medium, the immediate medium of Pragmesis, to some kind of meaning, some kind of adaptation as opposed to adoptation, some kind of self-determining process. Not as an extension over the entirety of all things in that medium, but as a specific subset or sub-whole of that medium. Of those practices, the taxototic perspective of the account is the map or thingings as things. Its components are ongoing outlookings of austencing notations, extensing associations, and intensing self-directions. It is a unique thing among the unique, developing itself by its own history. And here, finally, the triad, rather than the dyad, of the old territory map distinction comes into its full. Now we have not just the territory, the medium as such, not just the legend, the translation as such, but finally we have the map. The translated as such. And not by some disembodied or abstract process of intuition or introspection or recollection, rather as a matter of organizing, operationally monitoring with specialized, right in the middle. Fair enough, I guess. Super cool. Alright, finally they're gone. Of operationalizing explicitude from what are otherwise implicit events of taking accounts about things. And another card to follow right after. I guess we're getting busy tonight. I think that's a motorcycle. Yeah, that's a motorcycle. Alright, finally. From Protontology's What and Why, How turns to what agents yield in Ontology, descending from the understanding through its underpinnings and unto its underliers. Each that follows is treated as its own explicative unit, and as a pivot point which a sufficiently complex taxototic entity may use to elaborate further ontologies upon. At once, these are arranged as layers of references, orders, from directly accounting thingedness through to aboutedness, and culminating in accountedness. So you see a sort of, well, I don't know why it deselected that. Wow, and another one coming right by. Yeesh. Well, I guess it's going to take its time, so I will be on a very brief recession. All right. I think we're not too far out of line here, and we resume. Let's start back again, since we were interrupted. As we can see here, the architectonic finally culminates. We have the previous scaffolding of the what, why, and how. We have the previous scaffolding of the what and why. Come into the how. The qualitative features of protontology, that is to say, that is in sum, that now that protontology itself has been appropriately located and defined in the what section, then explained in terms of what it is exactly measured by, quantified in by the why section. Finally, in the how section, we can talk about the properties of what is exactly happening in the synthesis, adjoining, completion of these actual processes. if you will, we have the procession of ontology, the processes if you will, we have the procession of accounting, the processes of abouting, and the proceedents, the things that proceed, in the thingings. And in such a way, we can distinguish between the levels or layers of explicitude by orders, as a sort of reference to logic orders. Where we are directly able to draw the lines between Pragmesis, Semesis, and Taxesis into the units of explication, the units of becoming self-aware, the units of ontology, be they self-aware or otherwise. The zeroth order starts with the very bottom of every ontologic account. Whatness. Whatness, the sheer being of uncounted entities with no further claim than that it is or may be. Quiddity. Such might be exemplified in the limited reports of recalling, presenting, or expecting a thing's presence, and nothing more. As claims unto something, these are explicitly modeled in language by there was, there is, or there will be, as answers to what is it? Some representative and tangible moments would be pointing out where one left their hat, calling out that an animal is in front of them, or anticipating light to be shed after igniting a candle. So here we finally have quiddity as such. It is the barest continuity of things as things. The territory, as we analogized at the end of the previous sections. And in that, these are mere modes of awe-stincing. You can think of it as the direct inverse, which leads back around in a circuit from the necessary portions of ontology to the sufficient ones. That is, at the zeroth order, we're talking about the propositional content of every ontology. The prerequisite propositional content of every ontology. And as exampled here, these are answers plain and simple to what is it? with something accounted for as sheer being, the basis for indications about a thing may be laid upon quiddity. Therefrom, whyness may come next, as a claim of the parameters which condition the becoming of an entity, quantity. Instances thereof would be more thorough reports of measurable dimensions, sequences, or compositions as features necessary to individual things. As claims of why something is, these are illustrated by its size is, its order is, its assembly is, as answers to why is it. Alongside, recalling the lengths of a cube's face, presenting that midnight comes after noon, or expecting that a hot room will become colder when turning on an air conditioner. So here in quantity, we are taking sheer being and coming to a point of explicating its becomings, the things that are happening to enable a being to be. And here we don't have that kind of tension as seen in many other philosophies and philosophers between the static and the dynamic, the fixed and the kinetic. Rather, Protontology here appraises these as mutually constitutive, as necessary to one another, as there is no account that is made where any referent is truly and utterly unchanging, static. It is indemonstrable to make any claim thereto. And in recognition of that, we can turn to its quantifiable variables, its parameters of what makes it so, of what makes the being by becoming. As simply put, intangible experiences like drawing on from the architectonics of the previous paragraph, recalling, presenting, and anticipating. With something like the simple lengths of an object to the order of sequences of an object, the order of time of an object, the order of occurrence and recurrence along time of some objects, and finally the compositions of scenarios in some objects. The composition of quiddities among some objects. Between quiddities being and quantities metrics of becoming, indications of what a thing's features amount to are made available. Through this, the final claim of howness might succeed as the claim of traits. I need to edit that, using claim twice. As the claim of traits begotten by entities, quality. Cases of these robust reports include internal, external, or interactive properties, characteristics that collectives sufficiently present. As claims of how something is, These are exhibited in, by their essences they are, by their constructions they are, or by their circumstances they are, as answers to, how is it? Therewith, recalling that a stick snapped at its center because of its coarse grain, representing that one comes after two because of its numeric logic, or expecting that a hot drink cools because of its thermodynamics. And here, the level that most of us operate on a daily basis, in the quality, is built on top of the sheer existence, the sheer ostensing of a quiddity, and the extensing of qualities, finally in the intensing of, and the extensing of quantities, finally in the intensing of qualities. We look to these as properties, traits, characters, things that are... And another car coming by. Very cool. Every stream I do further on, I think to myself, man, I sure would like to sleep more. And then I think, man, I'm sure glad I'm not interrupted continually by cars. I'm glad I wake up at midnight for this. Well, I'm glad I start at midnight for this. I wake up a few hours earlier. Let's see if I can recollect my thoughts. We think in terms of the properties, traits, characters that are entailed in things. The thing doing the thinging. No longer just an account in the quiddity, nor that which is about in the quantity, but finally the thinging in the quality. What it do. And not simply as a being, not just as a becoming, as a begetting. That which is gotten... And another car. Not gonna let up today, I guess. Well, at least we're on the 3rd page. Out of 5. But that which is gotten by being. But that which is gotten of what is being and what is becoming. From quiddity, quantity, and quality, claims of singular entities may be constructed at the first order from the unnumbered. In this, one invokes odd noise. In this, one invokes all of the foregoing to claim identities not defined in terms of others, primitives. These are sampled in ground-level notions such as number, matter, or spirit, for an account, but not yet supposing the formulas of why or how they work. Models of their use as initial points are found in mathematics, chemistries, or theologies. These align most closely with quiddity in claiming that the premise simply is. Nonetheless, it minimally implies quantification by taking a thing as a premise, and qualification insofar as it is referred to by its traits. So here in the primitive, we have things not defined in terms of others. That is to say, a foundational idea, something that can only be given meaning insofar as it is by the zeroth order, something that can be proposed from quiddity, quantity, and quality, being, becoming, and begetting. And in this, as examples of ground level notions, we have numbers for all my mathematic idealists out there, matter for all my strict materialists out there, and spirit for those who like theology. For those that like mythology. And in this, where the zeroth order directly references the one before it, that is to say, here, quiddity to quantity, and quantity to quality, as the primitive, like everyone going forward, is structured upon the previous order, it necessarily invokes all three at the same time, even if it is primarily aligned with quiddity. There is still quantification and qualification. You couldn't have something that serves as a ground level term. For you couldn't have something that serves as a ground level term without some kind of without something in all three categories. You could hypothetically abstract to the minimum, but there is still, structurally and functionally, these three dimensions being referenced someplace, even if strictly implicitly. Once primitives are given, patterns among them may be established. These may be seen in claims of relations held among individual primitives, axioms. Instances might be operations, transformations, or animations, though these do not yet address how behaviors persist beyond ground-level things. Touchstones hereof include assertions of addition and its results amongst numbers, that matter may change states under certain conditions, or that enough accumulated spirit generates life. These are predominantly quantitative, in claiming that beings are governed by proportions. Despite this, their mere indication as rules implies quidditation, and assignment as proper to entities, qualitation. So here is the next natural rank. We have axioms. Rules among primitives. Still architecting, still scaffolding higher, just as quantity upon quiddity. Over primitives. Predicating over primitives, you might say. Specifically, it steps us in the direction of a logic, even if it isn't formalized. That is to say, in the process of ontology, that is to say, in the process of accounting about something, here we are at the about, the abouting, the aboutedness. Here we are at the about, abouting, aboutedness. The relations marked as rules. Things taken as given. Predicative statements that are said to hold, or possibly hold, over primitives. Let's get a sip, because my throat is killing me. Following axioms, organizations among them become possible. Such are found in claims of relations amidst axioms, which govern collectives of primitives, schemas. Cases hereof are principles, mechanisms, or tenets, offering general explanations as to how one or more groups of patterns endure and perform. These are illustrated in declarations that addition is the core relation of numbers, that matters changes in state are reflections of a dynamic substrate, or that life is a manifestation of a higher purpose. These are primarily qualitative, by fixing an overarching rationale to claimed rules. Conservatively, there is yet implied a quantitative facet in declaring as a fundamental presence, and a quantitative in that of a deeper metric to judge by. And so here in schemas, we have the generalization of axioms, the taking from specific instances of a first order predication, a doing of relations over a continuity or range of things in primitives, to one step higher, making predications, making second order predications over axioms, making statements about and with axioms as groups, where they themselves made statements and claims over primitives, from the continuum to the individual to working by collective. And in that way, in the process of ontologizing, we come to another bloody car. We come to the apex of the first order, explicative units. Because for in this way, for at this stage, we no longer even have to deal with the abstraction of primitives away from their beings, what becomes of them, and what those beget per primitives. But we can not just the relations that hold among those primitives, but finally we can make claims, we can make organizations, we can talk about what exists among those relations themselves with higher relations. And hypothetically, you could extend this forever. Thus, the schema encapsulates. Thus, the schema is able to encapsulate the abstraction of relations themselves. Can treat axiomatic relations as identities. From primitives, axioms, and schemas, claims of a plurality of entities may be built and situated among one another as the second order, at the second order, arising from the singular. This begins with a systematic array, claiming to adequately capture what relations are on the grounds of their identities, structures. Models come about in hierarchies, networks, or continuums, describing the ways in which entities integrate, without going so far as to express the why or how of their relations. Samples hereof are grammars, food webs, or weather simulations. These primarily align with primitives, as essentially enumerations of items at the selected scale and scope. Nonetheless, they imply axioms minimally, through the patterning of relations and schemas, through the evaluation of enduring associations. So here in structures, we take the schema itself, along with its previous axioms and primitives that it entails, or at least indirectly references, or at least indirectly points to as reference, and are able to treat those as identities. And not just that, they're able to put together, give shape to, talk about the forms of those schematic identities. No longer are we stuck dealing with just ground level ideas, or the rules that hold among them, or even the rules that hold among the rules, but we're able to finally talk about what holds among those super rules, those relations among relations. We're able to talk about the structure, how these are put together. Having structures, the activities that define them may be explored. These take the form of systematic characterizations claiming to capture why individual entities are by virtue of their relations, functions. Touchstones thereof would be asserting roles, behaviors, or modes as the proceedings of integrated entities, while not venturing into how such relations are themselves constituted. Instances of this sort would be suppositions that words in a grammar convey literal meanings, that phytoplankton are the bottom of an oceanic food web, or that colliding hot and cold fronts in weather systems spawn storms. These are broadly axiomatic by way of positing fundamental patterns of activity. Despite this, they at least imply primitives by having identities and schemas by being based on a generalized rationale. So with the function, as the colloquial senses imply, we're not just dealing with an organization, array, or ordering of something any longer. Not in a way even that is ascribed in quantity by referring to a parameter of a thing, but from the second order of identities held among generalizations. We're able to talk about, refer to, and predicate the relations, the things that they do as a higher order parity to quantity. The becoming. But on the scale of a greater generalization, no longer is it in the mode of talking about continuous events, nor on the zeroth order, nor is it stuck dealing with individuals on the first, but instead it can talk about entire collectives in a way. It can refer to entire collectives in the statements made about them, the arguments or premises that are made as regards them, not simply as how they're interconnected per structure, but what those structures do in the context of other structures, their functions. With function at hand, recurrence may come into view. These take shape as systematic feedback circuits, claiming to capture the self-generating conditions among collective identities and relations. Reflection. Illustrations of this kind are outlines of evolutions, emergences, or self-productions, interpreting how something in and of itself determines what, why, and how it is. Cases thereof may be suppositions that the meanings of words and grammars adapt to how they are used, that phytoplankton develop the conditions for food webs they inhabit, or that storms in weather systems reshape the atmosphere in ways that enable future storms. These are particularly schematic in describing self-defining behaviors that underlie the patterns in question. Conservatively, primitivity is implied by holding collections as latent with self-identifying force, and axiomaticity by recognizing self-relation as the source of orderly change. finally, here in the Reflection, we come to the fully developed cybernetic grasp via ontology of self-creation, self-development, autopoiesis, if you'd like to use a more apt term, albeit technic. The self-conditioning, self-creating, self-guiding aspects of the existential, that which exists, rather than per se calling upon universals or particulars, we are able to arrive at what a thing is insofar as itself. Not simple identities in relation, not simple relations bearing identities per structure and function, but a genuine generalization of the structure function that is hyphenated. And you could turn it around either way you want. It could be the structure function or the function structure. But the point here being is that it is no longer a privileging or a focus of either structure or function. Neither organizations nor mannerisms, but in fact, a self-complexification, a self-arising. That's loud enough to beat the noise gate, I hear that. Goodness me. At least we're quite close to the end. Not to say I don't enjoy doing this with my fine audience, but goodness. But the feedback loops, both negative, as in negating, away from a particular equilibrium. Think back to the perturbative model that we discussed in Pragmesis. Or the positive, where we are diverging from an equilibrium. We are developing elsewise. We are not pathologically abandoning a previous state of being, but in fact emerging into a new one. All together in reflexion, or as inspired the term, reflexivity, a self-relatedness, a condition or state of self-relation, a condition or state of self-relation. The proper combination of identity. I want to say the word relation again, but there is. the proper non-privileging recognition, recognition of identity in self and operation in relation. And another car. All right. And another, wow. Goodness me. Finally, with structures, functions, and reflections, the program of Protontology is stated. The zeroth order's quiddity is the uncountable explication of quiddity as thing, analogized as the idea of the block. Its quantity is the explication of quantity as parameter, alike the shape of the block. Its quality is the explication of quality as property, akin to the blockiness of the block. These occupy the pragmatotic ontologizing of explication. And because these are summaries, I don't think they need any further words added to them. The first order's primitive is the singularized primitivity of the bare notion as the block's use in terms of building. Its axiom is the axiomaticity of the very premise of rules, like ways to put those blocks together. Its schema is the schematicity of generalizing, akin to templates for configuring blocks. These occupy the sematotic ontologizing of explication. The second order's structure is the pluralized structuring of identities as the placement of blocks in buildings by builders. Its function is the functioning of relations, alike what the building may do for its occupants. Its reflection is the reflexing of circuits, akin to what a building is for what buildings as such are. These occupy the taxototic ontologizing of explication. Protontology is therefore proposed as the map of mapping, the ontology of ontology. Ta-da! So that is the final set of words in this very dense document where I attempt to lay out the genuine philosophy that I use insofar as considering, well, rather not just as my first philosophy, but everything in general, and also as a basis for the cosmos that I'm building forward of this, which, ooh, sneak peek, I'll give you cosmos semiotics. Yeah, you might like that one, if you can parse the etymology and the implications that come along with it. But in this, it was made to be specifically very public-facing, very accessible, very open to people who were not mired in philosophy. So hence its density and also its simplicity. If I were to use a lot of the more in-field terms, it would quickly turn into more of a glossary than it would an actual explanation of what protontology is. And besides, as this is a new field, insofar as I know, of philosophy and the general sciences, that I have found it here, while I think it has a great deal of applicability, of praxis that can be taken from it or inspired by it, perhaps best not to start with a sort of academic level vocabulary just to make a basic thesis. But, in any event, this does give us a fertile ground for anything going forward, and even if you disagree vehemently or think that the notion of protontology or the document as it is written is dogshit, then it can be very persuasive to someone who is casually getting into a hard world built, playing by its own rules, caring about its internal logic, trying to avoid all possible contradictions game, like the all signing. But I think that's our final words for the night, as we perfectly round off at 4:03. Now, with that all being said, let's get into the introduction. And wait for a car to pass by. I thank you all for being with me here today. If you liked what you saw, I hope that you consider liking, sharing, subscribing, or disliking, unsubscribing, and otherwise leaving some genuine feedback as to why so. If you thought it was perhaps worth catching more of it on a regular basis, there is always our regular feeds at X, Instagram, Spotify, BitChute, and a community you might be interested in joining on Discord at the Threefold Edifactory, all linked in the description. If you think it was so good that you might want to contribute to it monetarily, there's also stream elements for one-time donations or Patreon for more recurring donations with some return in value to you, the loyal audience member. To include access to any workshop files, like here with this game document, the ability to participate in polls, which are taken very seriously insofar as directing the channel and dispositions thereof, special privileged accesses to rooms, both text and voice, in the Discord server, as well as getting your name, subject to my discretion, at the beginning or end of our long-form pieces of content like this. But, without further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities.